BeyondATC connected. China Southern 8755, runway 5 right taxi, via Papa 1. Flight number 951 heavy, did not copy. China Southern 8755, contact Shoutout Tower, 124.35.
BeyondATC connected. China Eastern 9760 at gate 6 request pushback.
China Eastern 9760, view down ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face southwest.
Pushback approved, face southwest, China Eastern 9760. China Eastern 6011, ramp 299 request pushback.
China Eastern 6011, view down ground, pushback approved. Face north.
Pushback and engine start approved, face north, China Eastern 6011.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, did not copy.
China Eastern 9760, ready to taxi to the active.
China Eastern 9760, runway 35 right taxi via Whiskey 1, Papa 2, Alpha, Papa 1.
Runway 35 right taxi via Whiskey 1, Papa 2, Alpha, Papa 1, China Eastern 9760.
Aircraft calling for clearance. Stay outside. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, Q down delivery. Expect runway 35 right, and on 901 Delta departure. Squawk 4105. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, Q down delivery. Expect runway 35 right, and on Niner 1 Delta departure. Squawk 4105. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, Pudong delivery, expect runway 35 right, and on Niner 1 Delta departure. Squawk 4105. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, read back correct. Contact ground 121.8751 ready for pushback or engine start.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, did not copy.
Shanghai Air 827 at gate 29, a request pushback.
Shanghai Air 827, Pudong ground, pushback approved. Face south.
Pushback and engine start approved, face south. Shanghai Air 827.
China Eastern 6011. Contact Pudong Tower 124.35.
Contact Tower 124.35 China Eastern 6011. Bye-bye.
China Eastern 9760. Contact Pudong Tower 124.35.
Contact Tower 124.35 China Eastern 9760. Shanghai Air 827, taxi for departure.
Shanghai Air 827, runway 35 right taxi via Bravo 3, Alpha, Papa 1.
Runway 35 right taxi via Bravo 3 Alpha, Papa 1 Shanghai Air 827. China Freight 1055 Heavy at ramp tree 14, request pushback.
Air China Freight 1055 Heavy, Pudong ground, pushback approved. Face east.
Pushback approved, face east. Air China Freight 1055 Heavy. China Eastern 5161 at ramp 51 request pushback and engine start.
China Eastern 5161, view down ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face south.
Pushback and engine start approved, face south, China Eastern 5161. Air China Freight 1055 Heavy ready to taxi to the active.
Air China Freight 1055 Heavy, runway 35 right taxi via Quebec 5, Charlie, Papa 4, Papa 1.
Runway 35 right taxi via Quebec 5, Charlie, Papa 4, Papa 1 Air China Freight 1055 Heavy. China Eastern 5161 request taxi.
China Eastern 5161, runway 35 right taxi via Papa 2, Alpha, Papa 1.
Runway 35 right taxi via Papa 2 Alpha, Papa 1 China Eastern 5161.
Shanghai Air 827, contact Pudong Tower 124.35, bye-bye.
Contact Tower 124.35 Shanghai Air 827.
Air China 8537, gate 90 request pushback and engine start.
Air China 8537, Pudong ground, pushback approved. Face south.
Pushback and engine start approved, face south, Air China 8537.
All aircraft be advised information uniform now current, QNH1029er. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, unable request, a bit busy. China Eastern 5161. Contact Pudong Tower 124.35.
Over to Tower 124.35 China Eastern 5161.
Air China 8537, taxi for departure.
Air China 8537, runway 35 right taxi via Whiskey 5, Tango 3, Papa 2, Alpha, Papa 1.
Runway 35 right taxi via Whiskey 5 Tango 3 Papa 2 Alpha, Papa 1 Air China 8537.
China Eastern 6477, gate 2A request pushback.
China Eastern 6477, Pudong ground, pushback approved. Face east.
Pushback and engine start approved, face east. China Eastern 6477.
Air China Freight 1055 Heavy, contact Pudong Tower 124.35. Bye-bye.
Contact Tower 124.35 Air China Freight 1055 Heavy. Have a good afternoon. China Eastern 6477, request taxi.
China Eastern 6477, runway 35 right taxi via Bravo 3, Alpha, Papa 1.
Runway 35 right taxi via Bravo 3 Alpha, Papa 1 China Eastern 6477. China Eastern 5005 Heavy at Gate 16 request pushback.
China Eastern 5005 Heavy, Pudong ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face southwest.
Pushback approved, face southwest, China Eastern 5005 Heavy.
Air China 8537. Contact Pudong Tower 124.35.
Contact Tower 124.35 Air China 8537.
Air China 8323 at gate 157, request pushback.
Air China 8323. Pudong ground. Pushback approved. Face southwest.
Pushback and engine start approved. Face southwest. Air China 8323.
China Eastern 6477. Contact Pudong Tower 124.35. Have a good afternoon.
Over to Tower 124.35 China Eastern 6477. China Eastern 5005, heavy taxi for departure.
China Eastern 5005 heavy. Runway 35 right taxi via Whiskey 1, Papa 2, Alpha, Papa 1.
Runway 35 right taxi via Whiskey 1, Papa 2 Alpha, Papa 1 China Eastern 5005 heavy. Air China 8323, request taxi to be active.
Air China 8323. Runway 35 right taxi via Papa 1.
Alright, we'll taxi to runway 35 right via Papa 1 Air China 8323. Shanghai Air 9425, gate 144, request pushback and engine start.
Shanghai Air 9425. Pudong ground. Pushback approved. Face north.
Pushback and engine start approved. Face north. Shanghai Air 9425.
Air China 8323. Contact Pudong Tower 124.35.
Over to Tower 124.35 Air China 8323.
China Eastern 5005 Heavy. Contact Pudong Tower 124.35. Bye-bye.
Over to Tower 124.35 China Eastern 5005 Heavy. Shanghai Air 9425, taxi for departure.
Shanghai Air 9425. Runway 35 right taxi via Papa 2, Alpha, Papa 1.
Runway 35 right taxi via Papa 2 Alpha, Papa 1 Shanghai Air 9425.
All aircraft be advised information Victor now current. QNH1029er. Platinum Air 951 Heavy. Unable request. A bit busy.
Shanghai Air 9345, ramp 52, request pushback and engine start.
Shanghai Air 9345. Pudong ground. Pushback approved. Face southwest.
Pushback and engine start approved. Face southwest, Shanghai Air 9345.
Shanghai Air 9425. Contact Pudong Tower 124.35. Have a good afternoon.
Contact Tower 124.35 Shanghai Air 9425.
China Eastern 6986, ramp 201, request pushback.
China Eastern 6986, Pudong ground, pushback approved. Face south.
Pushback and engine start approved, face south. China Eastern 6986.
Shanghai Air 9345, ready to taxi to the active.
Shanghai Air 9345. Runway 35 right taxi via Papa 2, Alpha, Papa 1.
Runway 35 right taxi via Papa 2 Alpha, Papa 1 Shanghai Air 9345.
China Eastern 6986, taxi for departure.
China Eastern 6986. Runway 35 right taxi via Papa 6, Alpha, Papa 1.
Runway 35, right taxi via Papa 6 Alpha, Papa 1 China, Eastern 6986.
Shanghai Air 9345. Contact Pudong Tower 124.35.
Contact Tower 124.35 Shanghai Air 9345. Air Spring 8979, Gate 15 for request pushback.
Airspring 8979, Pudong ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face southwest.
Pushback approved, face southwest, Airspring 8979. China Eastern 5558, gate 142, request pushback.
China Eastern 5558, viewed on ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face northwest.
Pushback and engine start approved, face northwest. China Eastern 5558. Air Janea 1283, gate 905, request pushback and engine start.
Air Juno 1283, viewed on ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face west.
Pushback approved, face west. Air Janea 1283.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, did not copy.
China Eastern 5558, taxi for departure.
China Eastern 5558, runway 35 right taxi via Papa 2, Alpha, Papa 1.
Runway 35 right taxi via Papa 2 Alpha, Papa 1 China Eastern 5558. Airspring 8979, request taxi.
Airspring 8979, runway 35 right taxi via Papa 1.
Runway 35 right via Papa 1 Airspring 8979.
Shanghai Air 9315 Heavy at ramp 511, request pushback and engine start.
Shanghai Air 9315 Heavy, viewed on ground, pushback approved. Face east.
Pushback and engine start approved, face east. Shanghai Air 9315 Heavy.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, viewed on ground, pushback approved. Face southwest.
China Southern 3657 at ramp 182, request pushback. China Eastern 505, gate 26, request pushback.
China Eastern 6986, contact viewed on Tower 124.35.
Contact Tower 124.35 China Eastern 6986.
China Southern 3657, viewed on ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face north.
Pushback and engine start approved, face north. China Southern 3657.
China Eastern 505, viewed on ground, pushback approved. Face east.
Pushback and engine start approved. Face east. China Eastern 505.
Airspring 8979. Contact Pudong Tower 124.35.
Contact Tower 124.35 Airspring 8979.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy. Did not copy.
Air Janea 1283. Request taxi to the active.
Air Junior 1283. Runway 35 right taxi via Whiskey 5. Tango 3. Tango. Tango 4. Alpha. Papa 1.
Runway 35 right via Whiskey 5 Tango 3 Tango. Tango 4 Alpha Papa 1 Air Janea 1283.
Shanghai Air 9315 Heavy ready to taxi to the active.
Shanghai Air 9315 Heavy. Runway 35 right taxi via Bravo. Papa 1.
Runway 35 right via Bravo. Papa 1 Shanghai Air 9315 Heavy.
Shanghai Air 842 Gate 12 request pushback.
Shanghai Air 842. Pudong ground. Hold position for traffic. I'll call you back.
Hold position for traffic. Shanghai Air 842. Air Janea 1334 Heavy at ramp 584 request pushback.
Air Junior 1334 Heavy. Pudong ground. Pushback and engine start approved. Face south.
Pushback and engine start approved. Face south. Air Janea 1334 Heavy. China Southern 3657, ready to taxi to the active.
China Southern 3657. Runway 35 right taxi via Tango 3. Tango. Tango 4. Alpha. Papa 1.
Runway 35 right via Tango 3 Tango. Tango 4 Alpha. Papa 1 China Southern 3657.
China Eastern 5558. Contact Pudong Tower 124.35. Have a good afternoon.
Over to Tower 124.35 China Eastern 5558.
Shanghai Air 9315 Heavy. Contact Pudong Tower 124.35.
Contact Tower 124.35 Shanghai Air 9315 Heavy.
China Eastern 505, request taxi to the active.
China Eastern 505. Runway 35 right taxi via Bravo 3. Alpha. Papa 1.
Runway 35 right via Bravo 3 Alpha. Papa 1 China Eastern 505. Air Janea 1334 Heavy, request taxi.
Air Junior 1334 Heavy. Runway 35 right taxi via Papa 1.
Runway 35 right via Papa 1 Air Janea 1334 Heavy.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy. Unable request. A bit busy. calling for taxi instruction. Say call sign. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, runway 35 right taxi via Whiskey 1, Papa 2, Alpha, Papa 1. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, runway 35 right taxi via Whiskey 1, Papa 2, Alpha, Papa 1. Negative. Clarify departure runway 35 right. Negative. Clarify departure runway 35 right. Negative. Clarify departure runway 35 right. Air Junior 1283, contact Pudong Tower 124.35. Have a good afternoon.
Contact Tower 124.35 Air Chennai, 1283.
China Southern 3657, contact Pudong Tower 124.35. Have a good afternoon.
Contact Tower 124.35 China Southern 3657. Have a good afternoon.
China Eastern 505, contact Pudong Tower 124.35.
Contact Tower 124.35 China Eastern 505.
Air Junior 1334 Heavy, contact Pudong Tower 124.35.
Over to Tower 124.35 Air Chennai, 1334 Heavy. China Eastern 6320, Ram 408 Alpha, request pushback.
China Eastern 6320, Pudong ground, pushback approved. Face north.
Pushback and engine start approved, face north, China Eastern 6320. China Eastern 6331 at gate 132, request pushback.
China Eastern 6331, Pudong ground, pushback approved. Face east.
Pushback approved, face east, China Eastern 6331.
Shanghai Air 842, Pudong ground, pushback approved. Face southwest.
Pushback and engine start approved, face southwest, Shanghai Air 842. China Eastern 6320, taxi for departure.
China Eastern 6320, runway 35 right taxi via Papa 1.
Runway 35 right taxi via Papa 1 China Eastern 6320.
China Eastern 6320, contact Pudong Tower 124.35.
Contact Tower 124.35 China Eastern 6320. Have a good afternoon. Malaysian 3889 Heavy, ramp 590, request pushback and engine start.
Malaysian 389 Heavy, Pudong ground, hold position for traffic.
Hold position for traffic, Malaysian 3889 Heavy.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, reading you loud and clear. Malaysian 389 Heavy, Pudong ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face south.
Pushback approved, face south, Malaysian 3889 Heavy. Shanghai Air 842, taxi for departure.
Shanghai Air 842, runway 35 right taxi via Bravo 5, Alpha, Papa 1.
Runway 35 right taxi via Bravo 5 Alpha, Papa 1 Shanghai Air 842. China Eastern 6331, ready to taxi to the active.
China Eastern 6331, runway 35 right taxi via Papa 1.
Runway 35 right via Papa 1 China Eastern 6331. Vietnam Airlines 531 at ramp 402 Alpha, request pushback and engine start.
Vietnam Airlines 531, Pudong ground, pushback approved. Face north.
Pushback and engine start approved, face north. Vietnam Airlines 531. C2 and 6942 at gate 190, request pushback.
SH1 6942, Pudong ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face northeast.
Pushback and engine start approved, face northeast, C2 and 6942. Malaysian 389 Heavy, taxi for departure.
Malaysian 389 Heavy, runway 35 right taxi via Papa 1.
Runway 35 right via Papa 1 Malaysian 389 Heavy. China Eastern 2401, ramp 65, request pushback.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, contact Pudong Tower 124.35. Negative, tower on 124.35. Negative, tower on 124.35. Negative, tower on 124.35. welcome.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, runway 35 right, light up and wait. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, Pudong Tower, runway 35 right, cleared for takeoff. You're welcome. China Eastern 6331, continue taxi.
Continue taxi, China Eastern 6331.
Malaysian 389 Heavy, hold position for traffic.
Hold position, Malaysian 3889 Heavy.
Malaysian 389 Heavy, continue taxi.
Continue taxi, Malaysian 3889 Heavy.
Shanghai Air 842, hold position for traffic. I'll call you back.
Hold position, Shanghai Air 842. China Eastern 6331, ready to go, runway 35 right.
China Eastern 6331, hold short of 35 right.
Affirm, hold short of 35 right for traffic, China Eastern 6331.
Malaysian 389 Heavy, hold position for traffic. I'll call you back.
Hold position, Malaysian 389 Heavy.
China Eastern 6331, runway 35 right, light up and wait.
Runway 35 right, line up and wait, China Eastern 6331.
Vietnam Airlines 531, hold position for traffic.
Hold position for traffic, Vietnam Airlines 531.
Shanghai Air 842, continue taxi.
Continue taxi, Shanghai Air 842.
Vietnam Airlines 531, continue taxi.
Continue taxi, Vietnam Airlines 531.
Vietnam Airlines 531, hold position for traffic. I'll call you back.
Hold position for traffic, Vietnam Airlines 531.
All aircraft be advised information whiskey now current. QNH1029er.
Shanghai Air 842 ready for departure, runway 35 right.
Shanghai Air 842, number 1 for departure. Hold short of 35 right.
Affirm, hold short of 35 right for traffic, Shanghai Air 842.
China Eastern 2401, hold position for traffic.
Hold position for traffic, China Eastern 2401.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, contact Shanghai departure 123.8. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, contact Shanghai departure 123.8. Negative, Shanghai departure on 123.8. Shanghai departure on 123.8. Negative. Shanghai departure on 123.8. Negative. Shanghai departure on 123.8. Platinum Air 951 Heavy did not copy. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, Shanghai departure. Identified. Climb to flight level 180. You're welcome. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, you're off course. Cleared direct PD 208. Resume home navigation.
Shanghai departure, China Eastern 6331, 1,600 feet.
China Eastern 6331, Shanghai departure. Identified. Climb to 10,000 feet.
Climb to 10,000 feet, China Eastern 6331. Shanghai departure, Shanghai Air 842, good afternoon, 1,500 feet.
Shanghai Air 842, Shanghai departure. Identified. Climb to 1,000 feet.
Climb to 1,000 feet, Shanghai Air 842.
China Eastern 6986. Contact Nanchang Control 120.5.
Contact Nanchang Control 120.5, China Eastern 6986.
Shanghai departure, Sichu and 6942, 1,500 feet.
SH16942, Shanghai departure. Identified. Climb to flight level 130.
Climb to flight level 130, see true, and 6942. Shanghai departure, Vietnam Airlines 531, 1,500 feet.
Vietnam Airlines 531, Shanghai departure. Identified. Climb to flight level 130.
Climb to flight level 130, Vietnam Airlines 531.
China Eastern 6331. Contact Nanchang Control 120.5.
Contact Nanchang Control 120.5, China Eastern 6331. Shanghai departure, Malaysian 389 Heavy, good afternoon, 1,300 feet.
Malaysian 389 Heavy, Shanghai departure. Identified. Climb to flight level 190.
Climb to flight level 190, Malaysian 389 Heavy.
Shanghai Air 842. Contact Nanchang Control 120.5. Have a good afternoon.
Center on 120.5, Shanghai Air 842.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy. Contact Nanchang Control 120.5.
Shanghai departure, China Eastern 2401, good afternoon, 1,500 feet.
China Eastern 2401, Shanghai departure. Identified. Climb to flight level 120.
Climb to flight level 120, China Eastern 2401.
China Eastern 530, descend to 4,900 feet, QNH1029er.
Descend to 4,900 feet, QNH1029er, China Eastern 530.
China Eastern 5342 Heavy, descend to 3,000 feet, QNH1029er.
Descend to 3,000 feet, QNH1029er, China Eastern 5342 Heavy.
Turkish 26 Heavy, non-chunk control, expect season 01 Alpha, runway 35 left.
Expect Sassen 01 Alpha, runway 35 left, Turkish 26 Heavy.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, non-chunk control, identified, climb to flight level 361. Shanghai Air 890, descend to 4,900 feet, QNH1029er.
Descend to 4,900 feet, QNH1029er, Shanghai Air 890.
Airspeed 8602, contact Shanghai approach 121.1.
Contact Shanghai approach 121.1, Airspring 8602.
China Southern 8758, contact Shanghai approach 120.3.
Contact Shanghai approach 120.3, China Southern 8758.
Shenzhen Air 8516, contact Waxi approach 124.4.
Contact Wuxi approach 124.4, Shenzhen Air 8516.
Turkish 26 Heavy, descend to 7,900 feet, QNH1029er.
Descend to 7,900 feet, QNH1029er, Turkish 26 Heavy. Nanjing Control, China Eastern 6320, out of flight level 122 for flight level 150, direct SBEG.
China Eastern 6320, non-chunk control, good afternoon, radar contact, climb to flight level 300.
Climb to flight level 300, China Eastern 6320. Nanjing Control, C2 and 6942, good afternoon, through 9,800 feet for flight level 130.
China Eastern 5520 Heavy, non-chunk control, expect Qdong 21 Alpha, runway 36 right.
Expect Pudong 21 Alpha, runway 36 right, China Eastern 5520 Heavy.
Shanghai Air 816 Heavy, non-chunk control, expect Qdong 21 Alpha, runway 36 right.
Expect Pudong 21 Alpha, runway 36 right, Shanghai Air 816 Heavy.
China Eastern 530, contact Shanghai approach 121.1.
Contact Shanghai approach 121.1, China Eastern 530.
SI Chuang 6942, non-chunk control, identified, continue climb to flight level 130.
Continue climb to flight level 130, C true, and 6942.
Shanghai Air 816 Heavy, Qdong 21 Alpha, runway 36 right. Report ready for descent.
Qdong 21 Alpha, runway 36 right, ready for descent. Shanghai Air 816 Heavy.
Shanghai Air 816 Heavy, descend to 7,000 feet, QNH 1030.
Descend to 7,000 feet, Shanghai Air 816 Heavy.
China Eastern 5158, contact Shanghai approach 120.3.
Contact Shanghai approach 120.3 China Eastern 5158.
Shanghai Air 890, contact Shanghai approach 121.1.
Contact Shanghai approach 121.1 Shanghai Air 890.
Xiamen Air 8077, contact Nanjing approach 126.55.
Contact Nanjing approach 126.55 Xiamen Air 8077.
Airspring 6363, descend to 4,900 feet, QNH 1029er.
Descend to 4,900 feet, QNH 1029er, Airspring 6363.
Polar 997 Heavy, non-chunk control, expect Dumit 01 Alpha, runway 35 left.
Expect Unit 01 Alpha, runway 35 left, Polar 997 Heavy.
Shanghai Air 6238, contact Qdong approach 128.05.
Contact Qdong approach 128.05 Shanghai Air 6238.
China Eastern 5520 Heavy, Qdong 21 Alpha, runway 36 right. Report ready for descent.
Qdong 21 Alpha, runway 36 right, ready for descent. China Eastern 5520 Heavy.
China Eastern 5520 Heavy, descend to 7,000 feet, QNH 1030.
Descend to 7,000 feet, China Eastern 5520 Heavy.
Shanghai Air 9160, contact Qdong approach 128.05.
Contact Qdong approach 128.05 Shanghai Air 9160.
Air Junyao 1196, non-chunk control, expect Manu 01 Alpha, runway 35 left.
Expect Matnu 01 Alpha, runway 35 left, Air Janea 1196.
China Eastern 508, non-chunk control, expect Anong 01 Alpha, runway 35 left.
Expect Andong 01 Alpha, runway 35 left, China Eastern 508. Nanjing Control, Air Janea, 1144, good afternoon, out of flight level 134 for flight level 150.
Air Junyao 1144, non-chunk control, radar contact, climb to flight level 300.
Climb to flight level 300, Air Janea, 1144. Nanjing Control, Vietnam Airlines 531, good afternoon, leaving 9,800 feet for flight level 130.
Kunming Air 3175, contact Nanjing approach 126.55.
Contact Nanjing approach 126.55 Kunming Air 3175.
Vietnam Airlines 531, non-chunk control, radar contact, continue climb to flight level 130.
Continue climb to flight level 130 Vietnam Airlines 531.
China Eastern 6967, non-chunk control, amendment to your log advice ready to copy.
Affirmative, ready to copy, China Eastern 6967.
China Eastern 6967, expect Leighton 01 Alpha, runway 03.
Expect Leighton 01 Alpha, runway 03, China Eastern 6967.
Hainan 7725 Heavy, non-chunk control, expect Hainan 01 Alpha, runway 35 left.
Expect Andong 01 Alpha, runway 35 left, Hainan 7725 Heavy.
Air Spring 6363, contact Shanghai approach 121.1.
Contact Shanghai approach 121.1 Air Spring 6363.
China Eastern 5600, non-chunk control, expect Biota Island 01, runway 35 left.
Expect Biota Island 01, runway 35 left, China Eastern 5600.
China Eastern 5116, contact Pudong approach 128.05.
Contact Pudong approach 128.05 China Eastern 5116. Nanchang Control, Air Janaya 1334 Heavy, descending flight level 229er for flight level 180 direct to sea.
Air Junyao 1334 Heavy, non-chunk control, identified, climb to flight level 370.
Climb to flight level 370 Air Janaya, 1334 Heavy. Nanchang Control, China Eastern 2401, good afternoon, climbing 9,200 feet for flight level 120.
Turkish 26 Heavy, contact Shanghai approach 120.3.
Contact Shanghai approach 120.3, Turkish 26 Heavy.
China Eastern 6967, descend to flight level 089er.
Descend to flight level 089er China Eastern 6967.
China Eastern 2401, non-chunk control, identified, climb to flight level 240.
Climb to flight level 240 China Eastern 2401.
Polar 997 Heavy, Dumit 01 Alpha, runway 35 left. Report ready for descent.
Limit 01 Alpha, runway 35 left, ready for descent. Polar 997 Heavy.
Polar 997 Heavy, descend to 4,900 feet, QNH 1029er.
Descend to 4,900 feet, Polar 997 Heavy.
China Eastern 5604, contact Shanghai approach 121.1.
Contact Shanghai approach 121.1 China Eastern 5604.
Xiamen Air 8194, contact Pudong approach 128.05.
Contact Pudong approach 128.05 Xiamen Air 8194.
Air China 8554, non-chunk control, expect target 1 Foxtrot, runway 03.
Expect cage 1 Foxtrot, runway 03, Air China 8554.
China Southern 3835, contact Shanghai approach 120.3.
Contact Shanghai approach 120.3 China Southern 3835.
SI Chuang 6942, climb to flight level 270.
Climb to flight level 270 C true and 6942.
Shanghai Air 9230, non-chunk control, expect Pudong 21 Alpha, runway 36 right.
Expect Pudong 21 Alpha, runway 36 right, Shanghai Air 9230.
China Eastern 5877, contact Nanjing approach 126.55.
Contact Nanjing approach 126.55, China Eastern 5877.
China Eastern 5600, Delta Island 01, runway 35 left. Report ready for descent.
Delta Island 01, runway 35 left, ready for descent. China Eastern 5600.
China Eastern 5600, descent to 10,000 feet, QNH 1029er.
Descend to 10,000 feet, China Eastern 5600.
With Air 205 Heavy, contact Hangzhou approach 127.7.
Contact Hangzhou approach 127.7 with Air 205 Heavy.
Air China 8554, descend to flight level 090.
Descend to flight level 090, Air China 8554.
China Eastern 508, Anon 01 Alpha, runway 35 left. Report ready for descent.
Andong 01 Alpha, runway 35 left, ready for descent. China Eastern 508.
China Eastern 508, descend to 3,000 feet, QNH 1029er.
Descend to 3,000 feet, China Eastern 508.
China Eastern 5520 Heavy, contact Pudong approach 128.05.
Contact Pudong approach 128.05, China Eastern 5520 Heavy. Nanjing Control, Air Spring 6617, good afternoon, flight level 142.
Air Spring 6617, non-chunk control, identified, climb to flight level 320.
Climb to flight level 320, Air Spring 6617. Nanjing Control, Airlines 9009, descending flight level 201 for flight level 140 direct to sea.
Airlines 9009, non-chunk control, identified, climb to flight level 280.
Climb to flight level 280, Airlines 9009. Nanjing Control, Air Spring 8667, 9,800 feet.
Air Spring 8667, non-chunk control, identified, climb to flight level 120.
Climb to flight level 120, Air Spring 8667.
China Eastern 5342 Heavy, contact Shanghai approach 120.3.
Contact Shanghai approach 120.3, China Eastern 5342 Heavy.
Air Junyao 1196, descend to 4,900 feet, QNH 1029er.
Descend to 4,900 feet, QNH 1029er, Air Junyao 1196.
SI Chuang 8931, contact Wenzhou approach 132.15.
Contact Wenzhou approach 132.15, C2 and 8931.
Shanghai Air 9088, non-chunk control, expect Magna 01 Alpha, runway 34 right.
Expect Manu 01 Alpha, runway 34 right, Shanghai Air 9088.
Air Junyao 1147, contact Shanghai approach 120.3.
Contact Shanghai approach 120.3, Air Chennai, L1147.
Eva 758 Heavy, non-chunk control, expect you Giga 13, runway 07.
Expect to Giga 13, runway 07, Eva 758 Heavy.
Shanghai Air 816 Heavy. Contact Pudong approach 128.05.
Contact Pudong approach 128.05 Shanghai Air 816 Heavy.
Airspring 7382, non-chunk control. Expect Super 21 Alpha, runway 36 right.
Expect Super 21 Alpha, runway 36 right, Airspring 7382.
Air Junyao 1212, non-chunk control. Expect Season 21 Alpha, runway 36 right.
Expect Sassen 21 Alpha, runway 36 right, Air Janai 1212.
China Eastern 748, contact Shanghai approach 121.1.
Contact Shanghai approach 121.1 China Eastern 748.
Air China 8544, non-chunk control. Expect Season 01 Alpha, runway 35 left.
Expect Sassen 01 Alpha, runway 35 left, Air China 8544.
China Eastern 5034, non-chunk control. Expect Dumit 01 Alpha, runway 34 right.
Expect Dumit 01 Alpha, runway 34 right, China Eastern 5034.
EVA 722 Heavy, non-chunk control. Expect Biorta Island 01, runway 35 left.
Expect Biorta Island 01, runway 35 left, EVA 722 Heavy.
Air China 1544, descend to flight level 069er.
Descend to flight level 069er, Air China 1544.
EVA 758 Heavy, contact Hangzhou approach 127.7.
Contact Hangzhou approach 127.7, EVA 758 Heavy.
Air China 1544, contact Wenzhou approach 132.15.
Contact Wenzhou approach 132.15, Air China 1544.
Vietnam Airlines 531, climb to flight level 270.
Climb to flight level 270, Vietnam Airlines 531.
China Eastern 2505, non-chunk control. Expect Season 21 Alpha, runway 36 right.
Expect Sassen 21 Alpha, runway 36 right, China Eastern 2505.
China Eastern 5414 Heavy, contact Shanghai approach 120.3.
Contact Shanghai approach 120.3 China Eastern 5414 Heavy.
China Eastern 9717, turn right, heading 250.
Turn right, heading 250 China Eastern 9717.
China Eastern 2286, contact Pudong approach 128.05.
Contact Pudong approach 128.05 China Eastern 2286.
Air Junyao 1196, contact Shanghai approach 120.3.
Contact Shanghai approach 120.3 Air Janai 1196.
China Eastern 7742, contact Nanjing approach 126.55.
Contact Nanjing approach 126.55 China Eastern 7742.
Hainan 7725 Heavy, descend to 3000 feet, QNH 1030.
Descend to 3,000 feet, QNH 1030, Hainan 7725 Heavy.
Polar 997 Heavy, contact Shanghai approach 120.3.
Contact Shanghai, approach 120.3 Polar 997 Heavy.
Air China 8544, descend to 7,900 feet, QNH1030.
Descend to 7,900 feet, QNH1030, Air China 8544.
Shanghai Air 9230, descend to flight level 070.
Descend to flight level 070, Shanghai Air 9230.
SH1 8181, non-chunk control. I have the traffic management reroute for you. Advise ready to copy.
Affirmative, ready to copy, Sichuan 8181.
SH1 8181, expect Delta Island 02, runway 18.
Expect Biota Island 02, runway 18, Sichuan 8181.
Airspring 7382, descend to 3,000 feet, QNH1030.
Descend to 3,000 feet, QNH1030, Airspring 7382.
Nanjing Control, Hainan 7728, good afternoon. Through 9,800 feet for 1,000 feet direct Lerma.
China Eastern 2505, descend to flight level 080.
Descend to flight level 080, China Eastern 2505.
Long Air 8690, descend to flight level 090.
Descend to flight level 090, Long Air 8690.
Air Junior 1212, descend to flight level 080.
Descend to flight level 080, Air Janae 1212.
Luang 3587, turn right, heading 235.
Turn right, heading 235, Luan 3587.
Hainan 7728, non-chunk control, identified, climb to flight level 230.
Climb to flight level 230, Hainan 7728.
China Eastern 5034, Dumit 01 Alpha, runway 34 right. Report ready for descent.
Dumit 01 Alpha, runway 34 right, ready for descent. China Eastern 5034.
China Eastern 5034, descend to 4,900 feet, QNH1030.
Descend to 4,900 feet, China Eastern 5034.
China Eastern 6554, non-chunk control, expect radar vectors, runway 21.
Expect radar vectors, runway 21, China Eastern 6554.
SH1 8181, descend to flight level 098.
Descend to flight level 098, Sichuan 8181.
Lima 722 Heavy, descend to 10,000 feet, QNH1030.
Descend to 10,000 feet, QNH1030, Eva 722 Heavy. Nanjing Control, Malaysian 389 Heavy, flight level 174. Climb to flight level 400, Malaysian 389 Heavy. Nanjing Control, Simon Air 8522, good afternoon, flight level 300.
Airspring 7382, contact Pudong approach 128.05.
Contact Pudong, approach 128.05 air, spring 7382.
Long Air 8033, non-chunk control. Expect Dolly 01 Alpha, runway 36 right.
Expect Dolly 01 Alpha, runway 36 right, wing air 8033.
China Eastern 5600, contact Shanghai approach 120.3.
Contact Shanghai approach 120.3 China Eastern 5600.
Long Air 8033, descend to flight level 170.
Descend to flight level 170, wing air 8033. Expect Ugaga 1 tree, runway 07, wing air 8290. Nanjing Control, Shanghai Air 95 noon, flight level 150. Expect inventory Lima, runway 21, Sky Legend 6216.
Xiamen Air 8522, non-chunk control, identified. Xiamen Air 8522, non-chunk control, expect MN2 Alpha, runway 05.
Expect invent 2 Alpha, runway 05, Simon Air 8522.
Shanghai Air 9517 Heavy, non-chunk control, radar contact, climb to flight level 300.
Climb to flight level 300, Shanghai Air 9517 Heavy.
China Eastern 6554, radar vectors, runway 21. Report ready for descent.
Radar vectors, runway 21, ready for descent, China Eastern 6554.
China Eastern 6554, Guangyang Luqiu Airport landing runway 21.
To Anyang Luqiu Airport, landing runway 21, China Eastern 6554.
SH1 8973, non-chunk control, expect season 01 Alpha, runway 35 left.
Expect Sassen 01 Alpha, runway 35 left, C2 and 8973.
Shanghai Air 9230, contact Pudong approach 128.05.
Contact Pudong approach 128.05 Shanghai Air 9230.
China Eastern 6554, descend to flight level 200.
Descend to flight level 200, China Eastern 6554.
Air China 8544, contact Shanghai approach 120.3.
Contact Shanghai approach 120.3 Air China 8544.
Long Air 8290, descend to flight level 090.
Descend to flight level 090, wing air 8290.
Xiamen Air 8522, MN2 Alpha, runway 05. Report ready for descent.
And then 2 Alpha, runway 05, ready for descent, Simon Air 8522.
Xiamen Air 8522, descend to 3,900 feet, QNH 1020.
Descend to 3,900 feet, Simon Air 8522. Good afternoon, Nanjing Control, Shanghai Air 9515, descending via Remain 1 Foxtrot, 2,700 feet.
China Eastern 6554, expect the visual approach runway 21.
Expect the visual approach runway 21 China Eastern 6554.
China Eastern 508, contact Shanghai approach 120.3.
Contact Shanghai approach 120.3 China Eastern 508.
China Eastern 2505, contact Pudong approach 128.05.
Contact Pudong approach 128.05 China Eastern 2505.
China Eastern 6554, descend to 3,900 feet.
Descend to 3,900 feet, China Eastern 6554.
Colorful Alpha Sierra, non-trunk control, expect Ostom 01 Alpha, runway 02.
Expect Ostom 01 Alpha, runway 02, Colorful Alpha Sierra.
Nanjing Control, Air Janaya 1369, climbing 1,700 feet for flight level 140 direct tall.
Shanghai Air 9515, non-trunk control, identified. Shanghai Air 9515, contact Wenzhou approach 132.15.
Contact Wenzhou approach 132.15 Shanghai Air 9515.
Colorful Alpha Sierra, expect the ILS runway 02 with the YW 206 transition.
Expect the ILS runway 02 with the M206 transition. Colorful Alpha Sierra.
China Southern 8875, non-trunk control, expect MN2 Alpha, runway 05.
Expect MN2 Alpha, runway 05, China Southern 8875.
Colorful Alpha Sierra, descend to flight level 069er.
Descend to flight level 069er, Colorful Alpha Sierra.
Air Junyao 1369, non-trunk control, radar contact, climb to flight level 290.
Climb to flight level 290 Air Janai, 1369.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, unlabeled. China Southern 3527, contact Wenzhou approach 132.15.
Contact Wenzhou approach 132.15 China Southern 3527.
Shenzhen Air 8874, non-trunk control, expect target 1 Foxtrot, runway 03.
Expect cage 1 Foxtrot, runway 03, Shenzhen Air 8874.
Air Junyao 1334 Heavy, contact Taipei Control 124.6, bye-bye.
Contact Taipei Control 124.6 Air Janaya, 1334 Heavy. Have a good afternoon.
Nanjing Control, China Eastern 9521 Heavy, flight level 280.
China Eastern 9521 Heavy, non-trunk control, identified.
Nanjing Control, Dynasty 202 Heavy, good afternoon, descending via Ambu 1 Charlie, flight level 201.
Xiamen Air 8614, non-trunk control, expect MN01 Alpha, runway 03.
Expecting Ben 01 Alpha, runway 03, Simon Air 8614.
EVA 722 Heavy, Contact Shanghai approach 120.3.
Contact Shanghai approach 120.3, ETA 722 heavy.
Dynasty 202 heavy, non-chunk control, identified. China Southern 8875, descend to 3,900 feet, QNH 1020.
Descend to 3,900 feet, QNH 1020, China Southern 8875.
Dynasty 202 heavy, descend to 3,200 feet, QNH 1022.
Descend to 3,200 feet, QNH 1022, Dynasty 202 heavy.
Air China 8554, contact Guangzhou approach 132.15.
Contact Guangzhou approach 132.15, Air China 8554.
Shenzhen Air 8874, descend to flight level 090.
Descend to flight level 090, Shenzhen Air 8874.
Hainan 7725 heavy, contact Shanghai approach 120.3.
Contact Shanghai approach 120.3, Hainan 7725 heavy.
Xiamen Air 8614, descend to flight level 070.
Descend to flight level 070, Xiamen Air 8614.
Colorful 7113, non-chunk control, expect radar vectors, runway 21.
Expect radar vectors, runway 21, colorful 7113.
SH 16907, contact Fuzhou approach 133.05.
Contact Fuzhou approach 133.05, see true, and 6907.
Platinum Air 951 heavy, contact Taipei control 124.6. Platinum Air 951 heavy, contact Taipei control 124.6. Negative, Taipei control on 124.6. Dynasty 202 heavy, contact Taipei control 124.6.
Center on 124.6, Dynasty 202 heavy. Have a good afternoon. Nanchang control, China Eastern 9531 heavy, flight level 380.
Platinum Air 951 heavy, Taipei control, identified. Jin Air 73A, contact Kobe control 123.9. Bye-bye.
Center on 123.9, Jin Air 738.
Taipei 421, Taipei control, expect Taipei 4A, runway 07 right.
Expect Addy 4A, runway 07 right, Cathay 421.
Dynasty 106 heavy, contact Kobe control 119.3. Bye-bye.
Contact code Control 119.3 Dynasty 106 Heavy.
Dynasty 150 Heavy. Contact Kobe Control 123.9er. Bye-bye.
Center on 123.9er Dynasty 150 Heavy.
Aircraft calling for new altitude. See call sign. Platinum Air 951 Heavy. Roger. See new altitude. Platinum Air 951 Heavy. Roger. Climb to flight level 390. Platinum Air 951 Heavy. Roger. Climb to flight level 390. Cathay 539 Heavy. Contact Nanchang Control 120.5.
Contact Nanchang Control 120.5 Cathay 539 Heavy. Have a good afternoon.
Philippine 336. Contact Nanchang Control 120.5.
Center on 120.5 Philippine 336. Taipei Control, Glory 8790, flight level 079er.
Glory 8790. Taipei Control. Radar contact. Cathay 840 Heavy. Contact Kobe Control 123.9er. Bye-bye.
Center on 123.9er Cathay 840 Heavy. Bye-bye.
Glory 8790. Number 1 Charlie. Runway 10. Report ready for descent.
NB1 Charlie, runway 10, ready for descent. Gloria 8790.
Glory 8790. Descend to 3,200 feet. T1 H1022.
Descend to 3,200 feet. Gloria 8790.
Glory 8790. Contact Taipei approach 125.1.
Contact Taipei, approach 125.1 Glory 8790.
FedEx 5604 Heavy. Contact Kobe Control 123.9er.
Contact code control 123.9 FedEx 5604 Heavy.
Korean Air 187 Heavy, descend to flight level 180.
Descend to flight level 180, Korean Air 187 Heavy.
To pay control, FedEx 14 Heavy, descending via Tonga 1 Alpha, flight level 243.
FedEx 14 Heavy, Taipei control, identified. Korean Air 187 Heavy, descend to flight level 100.
Descend to flight level 100, Korean Air 187 Heavy.
Cathay 589 Heavy, contact Taipei control 133.1.
Center on 133.1 Cathay 589 Heavy.
Asiana 714 Heavy, contact Kobe control 123.9.
Center on 123.9 SC. Yana 714 Heavy. Taipei Control, Cathay 561 Heavy, flight level 380.
Cathay 561 Heavy, Taipei Control, identified. Air Jingyo 1334 Heavy, contact Taipei Control 133.1. Have a good afternoon.
Contact Taipei Control 133.1 Air Janang 1334 Heavy. Have a good afternoon.
Korean Air 187 Heavy, contact Taipei approach 128.5.
Contact Taipei approach 128.5, Korean Air 187 Heavy.
FedEx 14 Heavy, contact Taipei approach 128.5.
Contact Taipei approach 128.5 FedEx 14 Heavy.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy. Contact Taipei Control 133.1. Have a good afternoon. Negative. Taipei Control on 133.1.
Good afternoon, Taipei Control, Dynasty 518 Heavy, descending via Drake 1 Alpha, flight level 346.
Dynasty 518.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, Taipei Control, identified.
Taipei Control, Diamond Air 827, good afternoon, flight level 290.
Shaman Air 827, Taipei Control, radar contact. Mandarin 348, Taipei Control, expect Sigang 1 Juliet, runway 09er.
Expect Stinging 1 Juliet, runway 09er, Mandarin 348.
Cathay 589 Heavy, Taipei Control, expect Abbey 4A, runway 07 right.
Expect Abbey 4A, runway 07 right, Cathay 589 Heavy.
ALM 807 Heavy, contact Manila Control 119.3, bye-bye.
Center on 119.3 KLM 807 Heavy.
Mandarin 348, Sagang 1 Juliet, runway 09er. Report ready for descent.
Taking 1 Juliet, runway 09er, ready for descent, Mandarin 348.
Mandarin 348, descend to 3,000 feet, QNH1015.
Descend to 3,000 feet, Mandarin 348.
Mandarin 348, contact Kaohsiung approach 135.8.
Contact KFC on approach 135.8 Mandarin 348.
Cathay 589 Heavy, Abbey 4A, runway 07 right. Report ready for descent.
Abbey 4A, runway 07 right, ready for descent, Cathay 589 Heavy.
Cathay 589 Heavy, descend to flight level 110.
Descend to flight level 110, Cathay 589 Heavy.
Cathay 589 Heavy, contact Hong Kong radar 125.8. Have a good afternoon.
Center on 125.8, Cathay 589 Heavy. Have a good afternoon. Taipei Control, Gloria 8715. Good afternoon, 5,100 feet.
Glory 8715, Taipei Control, radar contact.
Taipei Control Viet, Jet 947. Good afternoon, flight level 300.
Vietjet 947, Taipei Control, identified.
Taipei Control, Dynasty 935, flight level 280.
Dynasty 935, Taipei Control, identified. Air Junyao 1334 Heavy, contact Manila Control 119.3.
Contact Manila Control 119.3 Air Junai, a 1334 Heavy. Taipei Control, Bohemia 282, descending via Tonga 1 Alpha, flight level 351.
Bohemia 282, Taipei Control, radar contact.
Taipei Control, Philippine 357, flight level 370.
Philippine 357, Taipei Control, radar contact. Glory 8715, radar vectors, ILS runway 02. Report ready for descent.
Radar vectors ILS runway 02, ready for descent. Glory 8715.
Glory 8715, Magong Air Base Airport, landing runway 02.
Magong Air Base Airport, landing runway 02, Glory 8715.
Glory 8715, contact Kaohsiung approach 129.9.
Contact KSA on approach 129.9 Glory 8715.
Taipei Control, Air Macau 861, flight level 320.
Air Macau 861, Taipei Control, radar contact. Vietjet 947, contact Hong Kong radar 125.8.
Contact Hong Kong radar 125.8 Viet, Jet 947.
Taipei Control, Dynasty 916, good afternoon, descending via Tonga 1 Alpha, flight level 371.
Dynasty 916, Taipei Control, identified. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, contact Manila, control 119.3.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, Manila Control, identified.
Manila Control, Simon Air 827, flight level 290.
CMN Air 827, Manila Control, radar contact.
Manila Control, Malindo 883. Good afternoon, flight level 360.
Malindo 883, Manila Control, radar contact. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, unable request, a bit busy. 807 Heavy, Manila Control, expect Cabanatuan 1 Delta, runway 06.
Expect Cabanatuan 1 Delta, runway 06, KLM 807 Heavy. Manila Control, Philippine 357. Good afternoon, flight level 370.
Philippine 357, Manila Control, radar contact. 807 Heavy, contact Manila Control 128.3. Have a good afternoon.
Contact Manila Control 128.3 KLM 807 Heavy. Bye-bye.
Air Hill 1334 Heavy, contact Manila Control 128.3.
Center on 128.3 Air Janang, a 1334 Heavy. Manila Control, Cebu 120, good afternoon, flight level 188.
Cebu 120, Manila Control, radar contact. Continue climb to flight level 340.
Continue climb to flight level 340, Cebu 120.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, Manila Control, amendment to your route advice ready to copy. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, Manila Control, I have a traffic management reroute for you, advice ready to copy. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, Manila Control. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, expect Cabanatuan 3 Romeo, runway 06. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, Cabanatuan 3 Romeo, runway 06. Report ready for descent. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, Cabanatuan 3 Romeo, runway 06. Verify ready for descent. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, Cabanatuan 3 Romeo, runway 06. Verify ready for descent.
Cabanatuan 3 Romeo, runway 06, call when ready, Platinum Air 951 Heavy.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, contact Manila Control 128.3.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, Manila Control, identified. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, descend to flight level 250. Flying Bulgaria 70, Manila Control, expect Conde 1 Alpha, runway 06.
Expect Conde 1 Alpha, runway 06, flying Bulgaria 70.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, unable.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, request runway change.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, unable runway change at this time.
Platinum. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, request altitude change. 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 Platinum Air 951 Heavy, request altitude change
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, Roger, stay new altitude. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, unable 10,000 feet at this time. Air Swift 149, Manila Control, expect Buka 1 Alpha, runway 06.
Expect Bugle 1 Alpha, runway 06, Air Swift 149.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, descend to 5,000 feet, JG CL 1010. Negative, Yagi CL 1010.
Manila Control, Cool Red 193, flight level 339er.
Cool Red 193, Manila Control, identified.
Manila Control, Simon Air 827, flight level 210.
CMN Air 827, Manila Control, radar contact, continue climb to flight level 290.
Continue climb to flight level 290, Simon Air 827.
Blue J 6244, contact Manila approach 124.8.
Contact Manila, approach 124.8, Blue J 6244.
Air Swift 149, Buka 1 Alpha, runway 06. Report ready for descent.
Bugle 1 Alpha, runway 06, ready for descent, Air Swift 149.
Air Swift 149, descend to 3,000 feet, JGCL 1010.
Descend to 3,000 feet, Air Swift 149.
Flying Bulgaria 70, Cond 1 Alpha, runway 06. Report ready for descent.
Condo 1 Alpha, runway 06, ready for descent, flying Bulgaria 70.
Flying Bulgaria 70, descend to 10,000 feet, JGCL 1010.
Descend to 10,000 feet, flying Bulgaria 70.
Manila Control, Cebu 582, good afternoon. Flight level 297.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, contact Manila approach 124.8. Negative, Manila approach on 124.8. Negative, Manila approach.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy Manila approach. Good afternoon. QNH 1010, expect the RNAV runway 06 with the Dagat transition. Negative, runway 06 and QNH 1010. Blue J 6244, leave Carmo heading 290, expect radar vectors for ILS runway 06. Leave Carmo heading 290, expect radar vectors for ILS runway 06, Blue J 6244. Blue J 6244, turn left, heading 295, vectors for the approach. Turn left, heading 295, Blue J 6244. Manila approach, airs, with 149, 9,500 feet, we have hotel on board. Air Swift 149 Manila approach. Good afternoon. QNH 1010, expect radar vectors for ILS runway 06. QNH 1010, expect radar vectors for ILS runway 06, airs with 149. Manila approach, flying Bulgaria 70, 7,800 feet with the numbers. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, cleared direct Dagat, cross Dagat at or above 5,000 feet, cleared RNAV runway 06. Negative, cross Dagat at or above 5,000 feet. Flying Bulgaria 70 Manila approach, QNH 1010 expect radar vectors for ILS runway 06.
QNH 1010 expect radar vectors for ILS runway 06 flying Bulgaria 70.
Flying Bulgaria 70, descend to 3,000 feet, QNH 1010.
Descend to 3,000 feet, QNH 1010 flying Bulgaria 70.
Flying Bulgaria 70, leave Banyas heading 285, expect radar vectors for ILS runway 06.
Leave Banyas heading 285, expect radar vectors for ILS runway 06 flying Bulgaria 70.
Flying Bulgaria 70, turn left, heading 285, vectors for the approach.
Turn left, heading 285, flying Bulgaria 70.
All aircraft be advised information India now current, QNH 1011. Air Swift 149, leave Indian heading 330, expect radar vectors for ILS runway 06.
Leave Indian heading 330, expect radar vectors for ILS runway 06 airs, lift 149.
Blue J 6244, turn right, heading 320.
Turn right, heading 320, Blue J 6244.
Blue J 6244, 4 miles from LL611, turn right, heading 025, maintain 3,000 feet until established on the final approach course, cleared ILS runway 06.
Turn right, heading 025, 3,000 feet until established, cleared ILS runway 06, Blue J 6244.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, did not copy. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, contact Manila Tower 118.1. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, Manila Tower, wind 115 at 6, runway 06 clear to land.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, Manila Tower, wind 115 at 6, runway 06 clear to land. No. Platinum Air 951 Heavy cleared to land runway 06.
Singapore 921 Heavy holding short runway 06.
Singapore 921 Heavy, hold short of 06.
Traffic.
Vehicle hold short of 06, Singapore 921 Heavy. Manila Tower, Blue J6244 ILS runway 06.
Blue J6244, Manila Tower, wind 115 at 6, runway 06 clear to land.
Runway 06 cleared to land, Blue J6244.
1,000.
Singapore 921 Heavy, Manila Tower, wind 115 at 6, runway 06, cleared for takeoff. Traffic 3 mile final, no delay.
Runway 06 cleared for takeoff, no delay, Singapore 921 Heavy.
Singapore 921 Heavy, hold position for company traffic. I'll call you back.
Hold position for traffic, Singapore 921 Heavy.
Singapore 921 Heavy, continue taxi.
400. 300.
Continue taxi, Singapore 921 Heavy.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, go around.
Flight slow.
Dela runway center line, maintain 3,000 feet.
Flight slow. 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 20. 10.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, go around. Dela runway center line, maintain 3,000 feet. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, Manila Tower. Platinum Air 951 Heavy, contact Manila approach 124.8, talk to you in a bit. Singapore 921 Heavy, contact Manila departure 124.4.
Contact Manila departure 124.4, Singapore 921 Heavy.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, did not copy. Air Swift
Aircraft calling for taxi instruction. Say call sign. Platinum Air 951 Heavy. Say again gate number. Platinum Air 951 Heavy. Gate 105 taxi via Romeo 1, Charlie, Charlie 3, Charlie 4, Golf Juliet, Juliet, Papa. Hold short runway 13. Platinum Air 951 Heavy. Gate 105 taxi via Romeo 1, Charlie, Charlie 3, Charlie 4, Golf Juliet, Juliet, Papa. Hold short runway 13. Blue J 6244, ramp 3 Bravo taxi via Golf 7, Lima, Golf 3. Hold short runway 13.
Ramp 3 Bravo via Golf 7 Lima, Golf 3. Hold short runway 13 Blue J 6244.
Blue J 6244, cross runway 13 at Golf 3. Continue taxi via Golf 3, Foxtrot 5, Foxtrot 5 Alpha, Golf 2.
Cross runway 13 at Golf 3. Continue taxi via Golf 3 Foxtrot 5 Foxtrot 5 Alpha, Golf 2 Blue J 6244.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, cross runway 13 at Papa. Continue taxi via Charlie 3, Delta 5, Delta, Delta 4, Golf 14, November 5. Negative. Cross runway 13 at Papa and continue taxi via Charlie 3, Delta 5, Delta, Delta 4, Golf 14, November 5. Negative. Cross runway 13 at Papa and continue taxi via Charlie 3, Delta 5, Delta, Delta 4, Golf 14, November 5.
Cross runway 13 at Papa. Continue taxi via Charlie 3, Delta 5, Delta, Delta 4, Golf 14, November 5, Platinum Air 951 Heavy.
Air Swift 149, ramp 54 Bravo taxi via Charlie 5, Golf 7, Lima, Kilo.
Ramp 54 Bravo via Charlie 5 Golf 7 Lima, Kilo Airs, Swift 149.
Flying Bulgaria 70, ramp 18 taxi via Romeo 2, Romeo, Romeo 3, Golf Juliet, Golf 3, Lima.
Ramp 18 via Romeo 2 Romeo, Romeo 3 Golf Juliet, Golf 3 Lima, flying Bulgaria 70. Airfield 2047 at ramp 17 request pushback.
Airfield 2047, Manila ground, pushback and engine start approved. Face east.
Pushback approved, face east, Airfield 2047. Airfield 2047, gate 34 request pushback and engine start.
Airfield 2047, Manila ground, hold position for traffic.
Hold position, Airfield 2047.
Airfield 2047, Manila ground, pushback approved. Face southeast.
Pushback approved, face southeast, Airfield 2047. Airfield 2047, ready to taxi to the active.
Airfield 2047, runway 06 taxi via Lima, Golf 8 Echo, Charlie 5, Charlie, Charlie 6, Hotel 2.
Runway 06 taxi via Lima, Golf 8 Echo, Charlie 5, Charlie, Charlie 6, Hotel 2, Airfield 2047. Airfield 2047, request taxi.
Airfield 2047, runway 06 taxi via Lima, Golf 4, Charlie 4, Charlie, Charlie 5, Charlie 6, Hotel 2.
Runway 06 taxi taxi via Lima, Golf 4 Charlie 4 Charlie, Charlie 5 Charlie 6 Hotel 2 Airfield 2047.
Platinum Air 951 Heavy, unable request, a bit busy. Airfield 2047, contact Manila Tower 118.1.
Contact Tower 118.1 Airfield 2047.
Xiamen Air 827, ramp 25 taxi via Romeo 3, Charlie 4, Golf Juliet, Golf 3, Lima.
Ramp 25 taxi via Romeo, 3 Charlie 4 Golf Juliet, Golf 3 Lima, Simon Air 827.